What do I need? My headphones. Just keep in mind. All right, guys. So again, shortened trading day today. So options decay will happen basically at double the speed. So if you're trading 0 DTs, just keep that in mind. 1 p.m. 1 p.m. the markets will be closed. So half trading day should provide a little bit of extra, I guess, volatility, but I'm not expecting too much volume. So I don't know how high or how low we can go today. I'm not expecting too dramatic, but I do think that there can be a lot of whipsawing around intraday. All right, so a couple things to note. BTC breaking out of a nice flag pattern here. Bitcoin's looking very, very solid, guys. I like BTC right now. We are long crypto. Anyone that took that Bitfarms trade with us, you're laughing. I mean, that's at 330. We took $3 calls at 2 pennies, 2 cents, and those will probably be up over, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 cents today, somewhere around that. But Bitcoin is absolutely making a run to the upside. It's about time. BTC has been absolutely bludgeoned. We've been trying to accumulate down here. It looks like the weekly EMA is holding quite steady. That beautiful parallel channel is holding quite steady. I think the next real resistance we got to see and how price action reacts is around that daily chart 20 moving average on BTC, which is coming at 93.42. So 90, just over 93K is where BTC has some next serious resistance. That being said, it is building this nice flag pattern on the 4-hour chart, so it has some room to run. The breakout target that I have mapped out based off of an inverted head and shoulders on Bitcoin takes us to about 98,000, just shy of 98. So keep that 98K on watch because that is a very, very big level for BTC. All right, let's see what else we got shaking and moving. Let me just pull up my brokerage and scanner. Yes. If you have options expiring, please take action as specified in your option reminder. Okay. The exchange closing. Yes, US exchanges. Thank you for all the notifications. All right. Top gainers in the NYSE. I'm just going to do a quick scan. Coherent, Circle, Banco, Veritiv. All right, NASDAQ, top gainers. SMX, Security Matters, wholly up 120%. Dave Inc. SNDK, SanDisk Corporation, doing well this morning. Micron doing well. MSCR doing well. The whole crypto complex is doing very, very well. Let's see the top losers in the NASDAQ. Let's just see if there's anything worth mentioning. Sorozen, SRZN. Nothing to do there. Marvell seeing a little bit of weakness today. MRVL, guys. So the market is fairly strong today, gapping up a little bit across many individual names, but Marvell's actually under a little bit of pressure. Let's check to see if there's some news on MRVL this morning. Not seeing anything on Marvell. So I guess just a little bit of resistance into that daily chart 20 moving average. All right, let's see what else we got. Amgen down a little bit, Ryanair. Okay, not too much there. Let's look at the top gainers in, top losers in the New York Stock Exchange. Those are top gainers. Oracle seeing another day of downside pressure. ORCL down a few percentage points here. Gapping down again. This one's probably going to get bought up off the open, I would suspect. If the markets stay kind of firm in this range, I could see Oracle catching a bit off the open. Not a bad opportunity, guys, I think, to maybe try to pick Oracle up off of this gap fill. So 197 17. I still think the upside, the bias is favorable to the upside. Couple reasons why is you got basically yields are doing nothing this morning. Crude oil's back to the negative side. Natural gas is slightly green, but it should be a lower volume day, so I think upside bias is favored. You do have Alibaba under a little bit of pressure this morning. Baba is down a little bit in the pre-market. It's trying to lose its prior day low. It's another one that's got a lot of support down here. You're kind of trading into this previous breakaway gap on the daily chart. So that's definitely a little bit of an accumulation zone. And then simultaneously you have this prior gap that was filled. So there is quite a bit of support in this little bit of a 154.90 to 152.60 range. All right, let's see if there's any unusual volume in the NYSE or NASDAQ. So unusual volume trends right now, nothing really worth mentioning that's just jumping out at me yet. Snapping, Unilever. Unusual volume in the NASDAQ. Marvin we touched base on, Amgen, Synoptics, Reiner Symbotic seeing a little bit of unusual volume. Okay, that's nothing there. Let's go with the most active stocks in the NASDAQ. Yeah, there are some names moving, but they're pretty small. Beyond Meat, trying to get a little bit of action here in the pre-market. It's up a little bit, but it is seeing a nice little influx of volume. This one's been absolutely slaughtered. Maybe it's ready for a little bit of a squeeze higher, but again, nothing you want to hold over the long term. That's absolutely dead money. You do actually have Tilray under pressure, guys. Tilray gapping down this morning. That's seeing quite a bit of volume here in the pre-market. Tilray down double digits, 12% or so. Let me see if the news on Tilray there, if the news is likely a dilution, I would say, with a gap down of that magnitude. Tilray Brands, Super XAI Technology, and other big stocks moving lower. Okay, that's not anything. Heartbeat and shares are trading higher. Okay. I'm not seeing why the news. Tilray announced a 1-for-10 reverse stock split. Tilray brand shares tumbled. So it's reverse stock split for Tilray that's hurting the price. Weird. Very, very weird. All right, let's go most trades. Let's go to the New York Stock Exchange. Snap Inc. Again, not too much this morning, guys. That's shaky and moving. I think crypto's going to be an interesting tradable opportunity today. We are seeing Bitcoin pretty much the strongest. I do have a shortable level on the S&P 500 today, but it's very risky. It's SOLV seeing a little bit of price action this morning. Let's look at Snap On. That's not the right one. SNA. It's fairly quiet across the board. MSTR is strong, Coinbase strong, Mara strong, GameStop strong. CRCL, that's up a nice over 3% here in the pre-market. CRCL could rally. I think CRCL makes sense to try to challenge this red bar high. Let's look at where the weekly high close. Yeah, your weekly high is all the way at 82. So I think that this 76 area is kind of a very no-brainer target today. Let's look at IONQ. IONQ is trying to carve out a little bit of a base. I think that this one, if it dips below that 7-day and kind of retests that prior day low, I think that's where you could look for a buy. That would give you a little bit more of a right shoulder formation to trade off of, and then you have a nice potential bottoming rounding formation, inverse head and shoulder. SMR, nuclear, SMR still remains somewhat depressed down here, but it is catching a decent bid today. Let's look at uranium. Uranium is also catching a little bit of a bid today. Oklo is one that could probably squeeze. A lot of these higher beta stocks, guys, could probably squeeze today, just based off of light volume. That would not surprise me to see some of these higher beta names just start to pump in the morning session. But again, if you're trading 0 DTEs today, please keep in mind that theta today, decay, will burn your contracts very, very quickly. Very quickly. I can't stress that. Half day, options decay kicks in quite sharply. Wow, look at Novo. What a bounce off of the lows. That is intense. Absolutely intense. Let's look at Joby and Archer. Joby today, there is quite a bit of resistance here off that EMA. Um, but you've tried piercing it on Wednesday already, and now you're trying to get through it. So it's trying to show some life here, Joby. I would have expected a little bit more consolidation, but it's trying. You get through this high pivot and you could easily squeeze back up to about 1530. Let's look at Archer real quick. ACHR shaking and moving today. Gapping up just a touch here. GME seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market. Stock is gapping up. Again, that's another name that's been severely depressed and beaten up. UNH, yeah, that's had a nice bounce. Looking to press a little bit higher. QBTS, nothing really to do there. Let's look at A-Lab. Still just trying to get above and give us a first little higher high. Hasn't done so yet. Bloom Energy seeing a little bit of strength. That stock is gapping up. MP Materials, stock is gapping up. Let's look at some of these rare earths. UAMY, still pretty depressed down here. Another one that I think could try to firm up and bounce a little bit. Let's look at UU pushing to the upside. Okay. Let's look at lithium stocks. ALB is just a beast right now. Stock is trying to trend here. I mean, ALB is in this vicinity. Once you clear this 137 pivot, then it's going to 152. But ALB is looking very strong. Like it's at least testing 140 over the coming weeks. Let's look at LAC. LAC is also interesting. Trying to carve out a little bit of a base here. Very close to taking out this high. And when you take out this high, I mean, you're really going to go for your next major pivot, which is at $6 or so. So lithium stocks are showing certainly some signs of life. Let's look at some other of these healthcare names. Oscar, stunning bounce, guys, on Oscar. I mean, a little bit upset I missed that. Looked like it was triggering a head and shoulders, but what a beautiful break there on Oscar. Let's look at HIMS, HIMS. HIMS is also trying to show some life down here. Quite interesting. All right, I'm just going to grab some more coffee, and then we'll settle in here. Just give me a minute. Get some more coffee. So I think the clear big standout level, guys, on SPY is I'd love to see it fill this gap today on the daily chart of the S&P 500. I think that there is a shortable level off that area, but again, with that lower volume day, I just don't know how much of a dip we're gonna get. What's wrong? Just 1 second, guys. My dog's acting crazy. I just took him out, but he might have to go out again. It's gonna be tricky days, so there's no sense in rushing into anything. Again, I would look to fade SPY off that gap up, that gap zone. So around 683-ish, 683.25, I'd look to short the S&P 500. Other than that, I mean, it's kind of a tricky tape to really do anything else. You're quite above all of the daily chart moving averages on your SPX chart. There's obviously an upside bias favored today. You've got liquidity still flowing into crypto. Anyone still in those Bitfarm $3 calls, today's probably the good day to close them out. Natural gas pumping right now, gold ripping, guys. Gold is testing 4,200 yet again. Breaking out here on GOLD. So gold's acting very, very strong right now. Very strong. Stunning breakout. Let's just look at yeah, silver is pumping as well. Silver's ripping to the upside. So commodities are strong. New all-time high there for silver. That ripping right now. Most things are strong today. Nvidia is slightly down, guys, in the pre-market. Uh, right now, the strongest mega cap is Google, up 1.1%. I'm expecting Google to come in a little bit. Tesla slightly negative, Meta slightly green, Microsoft getting a little bit of follow through, up 0.44, Amazon up 0.69. In the pre-market, you have your IWM the strongest right now. IWM is leading, QQQ is in second place, and SPY is lagging today. Good morning, Peter. Again, I guess the logical thing to think is that if there's going to be any bullish liquidity, it's probably going to come in off of the open. Since today is a shortened trading day, you're probably going to see that initial 0 DT pump, and then you could see some profit taking pretty quickly due to the shortened trading day. Nice gap up on MSTR, nice gap up on coin, bid farms this morning. Crypto certainly flexing its muscles off of the lows today. Bitcoin just absolutely flying right now, guys. BTC ripping high of day. Look at that squeeze over the last few minutes, guys. People are ripping and chasing it. There is quite a bit of resistance here. 4 hour chart, EMA 113. It's the first time we're tapping this moving average since we got a hard rejection back here on the 10th of November. So there's definitely going to be probably a bit of sell side pressure off that level. I expect a bit of a pierce like we did here. But again, tough to chase it. Tough to chase it here. It's tempting. It's luring people in, but there's definitely some resistance there. SPX, we'll keep that daily chart open to see how we gap up. Actually, we'll keep the hourly chart open on SPX. Getty still strong. Again, crypto stocks are probably going to catch a little bit of liquidity off the open. They're looking pretty strong. Bitfarms just rip in. Damn, Bitfarms is a full-on beast right now. Full-on beast. Let's get. I would consider a long on SPY off the bottom of this 10-minute channel. Yeah, Rocket Labs should see some liquidity. Again, I don't know how much, or how high or how low we're going to go. I think that there's going to be a lot of whipsaw today on the back of lighter volume, but I don't expect us to make a huge move up or a huge move down. Could be wrong, but I expect somewhat of a range today and a lot of whipsaw in that range. But we'll find out for sure. All right, SPY still gapping up this morning. So to that daily chart, you can see SPX still underneath that prior day. Bitcoin, a little bit of selling. Mara, Bitcoin strong as ever. S&P still holding some structure. It's QQQ back in leadership mode. Nvidia, Apple negative, Lily's negative. What else we got going on? SMX up 100. Schwab seeing some strength. CLSK, Intel, Neo, Google all green. High volume names are in your crypto space. S&P still holding. Google still pushing. Rocket Labs green. Rigetti slightly negative. Snapchat, Webull going negative. Nvidia still selling off here, guys, into a little bit of a lower boundary gap. So Nvidia is starting to come in. I do have a tradable level on Nvidia, but it's a little bit lower. I'd like to see it come into. Let me just isolate it down here. Yeah, Nvidia around at least the gap fill, 177.70-ish. I like Nvidia on the long side, guys, 177.70-ish. Google absolutely flying. Drone stocks trying to catch a bid. Bitfarms, Maracoin, MicroStrategy still ridiculously strong. Micron strong. Nvidia down 1%. Interesting. BMNR is still strong. Tesla's green. There we go. SPX going for a high of day, ripping it. Nvidia catching that bid. Again, I have a shortable level on SPY at gap fill, and then I would really only consider a long off the bottom of this channel. BTC still holding structure and value. The dollar's trying to catch a minor little bid. Bitfarms up 8.5%. Anyone still in those Bitfarm $3 calls, you're laughing to the bank. Jeez, Bitfarms, Bitfarms, Bitfarms. I wish I kept a little bit of runners. Oh my God, we picked up those Bitfarm calls, $3 calls at 2 cents. They're now at 32 cents and 36 cents. That is insane. That's insane, guys. Now that's a banger of a trade. I don't even know what percent that is, but it's ridiculous. Big bounce still on Nvidia. You got Tesla still up 1. TMC, that's ripping. BMNR's ripping. Open doors green. XYZ block strong session. Rocket Labs making a move to the upside, up 1%. Google still making a move to the upside. IONQ quantum names are firming up quite a bit here. Still seeing strength in crypto. BTC pretty much holding all of its structure. SPY ripping. Can see SPX is pretty much tapping its prior day high, whereas SPY is just slightly off of it. But it's looking like with the strength in Nvidia, it should try to get there. Should try to get there. Strong price action still in the equity market. Very, very strong. Nvidia is still trying to capture some liquidity. There's a good risk to reward setup on Google puts. I just took a small stab at 322.50 Google puts. Again, it's high risk. Google's strong, going for a bit of a counter trend. It could still sweep the double top, but I'm in some Google puts, 322.50s. Again, it's very strong still. But I think that they might try to pump some liquidity into Nvidia and take a little bit out of in Google, but Google could still go for double top here, guys. It still could. So just understand it's risky. Size for loss, please, if you're tailing that trade with me. S&P is still ripping here. Still absolutely ripping. SPY ripping. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of selling. Not much though. Let's look at the QQQ here. QQQ is ripping into high a day. Up 0.51% on the Qs. Yeah, VIX red again. Yep. Nvidia still red. VIX red. You got crude oil red. Apple red. Come on down, Google. Give us a little bit of a dip. Come on down, Google. Come on down. Nvidia basically retesting its lows, guys. So Nvidia kind of putting a dampen on the party right now. Bitcoin starting to come in. If you're long crypto, protect those names in the very short term. Google's still trying to push here. Come on down, Google. Mara's still holding steady. Weeble's strong. Rocket Labs. Rigetti's gone negative, guys. So there's a little bit of distribution occurring under the tape, guys. Just be aware of that. There is some distribution. Meta's still strong, a 0.69, tapping into prior day. Come on down, Google. Come on down. Again, 322.50. If we hit this low pivot, guys, or just before it is first trim zone, so TP1 is around. Nice decline on Google, guys. Nice decline. Come on. Lose that prior day. Lose it. Boom. We're 60% on Google puts, guys. 60% and ripping. Let's go. Come on, Google. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Look at Google ripping down. Contracts are printing, guys. Absolutely printing. Look at that, guys. Stunning price action on Google. Don't say we didn't hand you that one on a silver platter. Look at that. Oh my, oh my. What a move down, guys. What a move down. Up over 100% on Google puts, guys. 105% and pushing. Come on. You got more downside, Google. You're still up 1.21%. Chop it down, baby. Chop it down. Come on down, Google. Nvidia just getting smoked here today, guys. Nvidia's getting smoked. Damn, what a sell on Google, guys. We crushed those puts. Absolutely crushed those puts. If you're wanting to take a little bit of a trim, I mean, or protect it by all means, but there should be a little bit more downside. We've breached that prior day high. SPY's looking a little bit heavy. Very crazy. Tesla, Meta, Google still green. Apple, Nvidia negative. Microsoft, Amazon still holding steady. Come on down a little bit more, Google. You know you want some more. You know you want some more downside, Google. Right back down. Come on, Google. A little bit more. A little bit more. Nvidia catching a little bit of liquidity, guys. So NVDA seeing some strength off of the lows. That could be beneficial for the Qs and SPY. Meta still holding very strong technical structure. Meta trying to break out to the high of day. Interesting. Very interesting. Big push back up on Google. Still holding up 1.39%. Lots of chop, which was to be expected, guys. Lemon having a good day. Wow, look at Meta, guys. META absolutely flying. 640 on deck. Meta is eating liquidity today, guys. SPY getting a nice bid back higher here. Chipotle strong, natural gas ridiculously strong. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit off that 4-hour resistance that we discussed, guys. So we telegraphed that pullback off that 4-hour EMA. Again, I don't think the pullback's going to be crazy. You probably might test to lower this range again. But definitely we warned you about that little pullback off that EMA. It's a short-term pullback. You don't want to see it climb too quickly too fast because then it means the bounce is a little bit more unstable and unlikely to hold. What else we got going on? Baba's still red. China stock still seeing a little bit of distribution. XYZ block, guys, is just moonshotting here. Absolutely flying. Look at that. Beautiful moves. Bitfarms is still ridiculously strong as well. BITF absolutely ripping. Rigetti gone back to the green side here. Still trying to bounce. Your S&P nuclear stocks are still acting well. IWM and Qs are kind of neck and neck right now. All right, Google's looking like it's coming into its next down leg. Come on, Google. Chop it down. Chop it down. Boom. Google's melting, guys. Melt it. Melt it, guys. Melt it lower. Guys, get ready to take profits on Google. First trim. All right, guys, I just trimmed my Google there. Boom. Beautiful. Beautiful job. Beautiful job, guys. If you caught that with us, thank you very much. Awesome trade to start the morning, guys. Please move stops to break even. Guys, that was 180% banger, and it's still printing. Boom. Please hit that. Look at Google. Let's go. All right, guys. I'm going to take full profits. 322.50s are fully green. I just sold all of my Google there at $2, guys. $2. I'm all out of my Google puts. Boom. Monster trade, guys. Pleasure doing business. From 51 cents, guys, to $2 on the runners. Oh my, I love starting like that. Just like that. 15 minutes, guys. I hope you all took that. Again, that was telegraphed. That was telegraphed right up here, guys. Stunning. I'm pretty much done for the day, guys. Just like that. Just like that. A quick 1K in the pocket. That was just shy of 300%, guys. Just shy of 300%, and some of you could have booked 300%. But that was a monster, guys. That was beautiful. Love it. Love it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now what do we do? Hard to beat that trade off of the open. Damn. That was clean. That was all brought to you here live, guys. Called it out here. You guys could have easily tailed that trade. Easily. So please hit that like button, guys. Ripping. Meta is ripping. Holy moly. Meta new high of day. Wow. Meta is just full beast mode right now. Holy moly. Look at Meta, guys. Holy moly. New high of day. So it seems that liquidity is coming out of Google and directly flowing into Meta right now. Stunning price action in Meta. Nvidia catching a fat candle bid. Bitcoin still trying to bounce, still have markets green. Apple, Nvidia are lagging. Eli Lilly down 3%. Nasty day for Lilly. Today, wow, Meta's full beast mode right now. Craziness. Rocket Labs firming up. Bitfarm still squeezing. XYZ still a full beast. Weeble's trying to push for Hive Day. Tempest AI lagging a little bit, but that's had a very strong move over the last couple days. UAMY starting to catch some liquidity. Interesting. Rare Earth trying to break out through its prior day high. There's potentially a little bit of a bottoming formation on UAMY. Look at that move. Let's look at that SPX chart again. Still holding structure, guys. SPX is trying to work itself through that prior day high. Very, very strong. Yeah, UMAC is starting to rip, guys. Data Vault making a clean reversal. But rare earths are looking pretty decent right now. UAMY looking fairly decent right now. All right. What else we got going on here today? Anyone else looking at anything? Feel free to put it in the chat, guys. I'm honestly very happy. I've made my money within the first 16 minutes. Can't ask for a better setup than that. Certainly happy. UPST having a good day. That's a 4%. XYZ is ripping. All right, Nvidia's seeing another wave, guys. Google, look at Google, guys, going negative. Anyone still holding those? You're just printing. Look at that gap and crack on Google, guys. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Chop that baby down. Now you have Nvidia falling. Just be careful. Like I said, this market can go negative down to the channel and then it can rip it back up. But just keep in mind, much of the long, short-dated contracts today will be closing out early because it is a half trading day. So if you think about it from a structural standpoint, theta decay is a real bitch today, and that could really eat some of these long gains. So just be mindful of that. Just be mindful of that. Some of your leader stocks, guys, like Western Digital has gone red. WDC, that's a leader and it's gone red. Really interesting. Wow, Google goes red, guys. Google going red. Can you believe that? If you're still in those puts, you are laughing to the bank. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Eating it up like it's turkey dinner. Damn. What a trade, guys. Called out Google short. We literally called it out right at this candle here. And it's just been a free fall. Free falling. Free falling. Is natural gas a short yet? Natural gas still trying to break out and trend here. Too strong to short yet, nat gas. Wow, that was crazy, guys. That was a crazy trade on Google. Bitfarms is up 13.3%. Anybody still riding those Bitfarm $3 calls that we took at 2 cents? I mean, look at Bitfarms now. I don't even want to look at what these contracts were. But anyone still in Bitfarms? I know a couple of you took that trade with me. $3 calls. Oh, what are they at now? Let's see. Oh my God, 51 cent for the $3 calls from 2 cents. Oh my gosh, guys. That's almost a that's a 2500% trade. 2500%, guys, on Bitfarm calls if you're still in that from our entry. That is insane. 2500% on Bitfarm calls. I sold early too. Made money, but holy moly. Damn, that's insane. Insane, guys. All right, let's look at the SPX again. SPX is still trying to trend. Meta, new high of day. Natural gas still ripping. Webull trying to move here. What is Snapchat doing? Snapchat's still a dog down here. XYZ breaking out yet again. SMR. How's Oklo doing and some of these other squeezers? Oklo trying to make a move. It's still up 1.86%, but lagging a little bit here. Oklo could break out. Rigetti still trying to shake off a little bit of selling. Mara ripping to a new high of day. UAMY trying to break through its prior day high. Meta still pushing. SMR still pushing. Google still dipping a little bit. How is Tesla? Tesla up 0.5%. JP Morgan strong. Is there a short on JP Morgan here? There might be. There might be. You've swept that high pivot, so there might be a fade here on JPM, guys. There might be a fade here on JPM. Yeah, that's pretty extended. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see what we can get here. Yeah, guys, 310 puts look good on JP Morgan up here. 310s? Not too bad. It's definitely getting a little stretched intraday. Oh, the spread is so wide though. Why do they do that to me? I hate that. Absolutely hate that. 307.50s, that's a little bit of an aggressive trade. I don't like 307.50s, but 310 puts. If that spread tightens up on JP Morgan 310 puts, I would take it. Right now it's too wide. It's, 14, 15 cent spread on a 44-cent bid and a 59-cent ask. That's way too wide. Dollar is cratering here though. Google, new low of day, guys, testing 320. Holy moly. But JP Morgan is a short, guys. I would have been in it already, but the spread's too wide. I would have taken the 310 puts, but they're keeping it too wide. I don't want to pay that extra. That's like a 30-40% spread difference there. It's too wide. Way too wide. Wells Fargo, and you look at Wells Fargo, that's breaking down, gone negative. Let's look at some of these other financials. How's KRE today? Yeah, KRE also breaking down, guys. So IWM might be a fade here too. IWM is seeing some sell side through regional banks, and biotechs has actually gone negative as well. Let's look at retail. So it does look like the market might come down a little bit. Look at Google, guys. Holy moly. Google getting ripped. There's a big head and shoulders now on Google. Another one that's trying to trigger here. That is getting filthy, filthy, filthy price action. That's probably going to drag down everything here. Oh my God, Google. Holy moly, look at Googly Moogly coming in hard. Let's look at the IWM. IWM also seeing some sell side pressure. SPX still trading at the highs of its session. Google, Nvidia selling hard, guys. Apple getting wrecked. GME moving nicely. Let's take a peek at GameStop. Yeah, GameStop squeezing a little bit here. Looks like, again, if the market comes in, GameStop's going to come in, but they may want to squeeze GameStop to 23.40. There's a gap fill intraday, but there is quite a bit of resistance on your 4-hour chart that we're trading into here, that EMA 113. But it can get through there. But it's tough for me to chase it, especially when the market is looking a little bit vulnerable. Oh my God, look at Google, guys. Holy moly, anyone still in those 322.50s? Oh my goodness, I should have kept a runner or two. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at that sell side pressure. Oh my God. 322.50 puts, guys, on Google. I got at 51 cents. They're now 12.70. Oh my gosh. I would have made like 50K. Oh my goodness gracious me. That was the home run. Oh my God. I can't believe I don't have any of those. Oh no, never mind. I'm on the wrong strike. I was like, they can't be that. I was looking at 332.50s. No wonder. I was like, there's no way they shot up that much. But still, $4 and it's bounced here. It was like 450, 475. So had I kept my full position, I would have made like 10K, not 50K. I was wondering, I was like, there's no way they shot up from 50 cents to $12. I was looking at the wrong strike. But still, from 50 cents to like 455 bucks, that's crazy. Damn. Wow. Nvidia, guys, still pretty weak. It's underneath its prior day low and putting in a bit of bearish consolidation. So if it loses this, let's just pull up the chart so we can talk it through. But if Nvidia on the 5 minute loses this little impulse candle here, it's in for some trouble. You could easily try to do a bit of a double bottom liquidity sweep. So I would like to trade Nvidia on the long side if it swept this pivot again. So 177 sweep, guys, I would be very intrigued with Nvidia. Let's just see if there's any other fib levels off that zone. So yeah, you bounced off of that first fib, but I like it down here, guys. 176.27, I would take Nvidia on a scalp trade. 177.27, we'll watch that. So far, S&P is trying to bounce quite nicely. SPY's still hanging in there, but again, SPY I think wants to eventually sell off a little bit here, guys. But it's still trying to hold structure here. I mean, you got Nvidia, Apple, Google selling hard. Microsoft, Amazon's still strong. Bitfarms might not. I can't chase Bitfarms. I can't chase Bitfarms. Not for me. Not for me. Again, I think SPY puts are favorable. Your stop loss would kind of be a close above this 10-minute wick. So I think SPY, even 680s could work out if you're a little bit. That's a very aggressive trade. 680s could work out. You know, you're seeing Nvidia just consolidating underneath that prior day, so that's not a very good sign. IWM's still trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Regional banks are still softening up a touch. How's JP Morgan doing? JP Morgan, I still like that one on the short side as well. 310 puts. Let's see if the spread tightened up a little bit. 10-cent spread. It's a bit better. It is a bit better, but still wide. Mmm. New low of day, Google, guys. New low of day. Oh my goodness, Google just got wrecked. Oh, that's my dog. What's wrong, buddy? I just took you outside before the open. Now you need to go again? You're just playing this game. Every time he goes outside, does nothing, comes back inside, wants a treat. Mr. Spoiled. Mr. Spoiled, eh? BTC is getting ready to go. Yeah, BTC's had a strong move. Bullish pattern is at play. Just give me. I apologize for the barking here, guys. Let me see what he's doing. All right, so Nvidia is losing that 5 minute candle zone, guys. Not a healthy sign for Nvidia. All right, guys, I'm in a JP Morgan 310 puts. High risk JP Morgan 310 puts. Again, please size accordingly. Financials are actually eating up some of the tech liquidity, so it's very risky. Yeah, he's keeping me out. Maybe. He probably is. He's probably saying, don't overtrade. Just keep your gains, walk away, close the stream, come play with me. Again, JP Morgan, I'm trying to fade it, doing a little bit of a counter trend. It's one of your stronger financials and it's absolutely just ripping. So just keep in mind it's a high risk trade. High risk trade, guys. JP Morgan is still just ripping my face off right now. It's just squeezing. So Google's bouncing, Meta's pulling in a little bit, SPY still holding structure. IWM has bounced quite nicely. Let's look at XLF here. XLF has had a huge move to the upside. Bank of America, let's take a peek. Bank of America is still trending. Wow. Let's look at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo back pressing higher. XLF still strong. Come on down, JP Morgan. Give back some of these gains. Give back some of the gains. Financials are still so strong right now. Which, honestly, I think one of the reasons I'm trying to counter trend financials right now is tech has been hit pretty hard in the morning session off the open, and yields have actually quietly been climbing a touch. The 2 and 10-year yield started the session off flat, and now they're climbing a little bit. Not much, but enough. Enough for a bit of a bounce. So that's why I'm trying to pick a little bit of on financials. And I am seeing weakness in some individual financial names. But XLF is still friggin' strong. KRE is also at the low, so that's another reason why I'm thinking that the big financials might come in a touch, because KRE is certainly showing some weakness right now, guys. So again, it's a high risk trade. Right now, I'm basically flat, um, but I am looking for some at least profit taking to occur. All right, Meta printed a 10-minute hangman candle, guys. A bearish candle print on Meta. 10-minute hangman candle, not a good sign for Meta. Google's still selling off here. Your IWM still trying to bounce quite steadily here. Bank of America still at the highs of the session. SPY still trying to climb. JP Morgan getting gobbled right back up. Wow. Financials still strong, so there could be a little bit more tech distribution, guys, if Meta starts to sell off here. Still no selling in JP Morgan just yet. Very extended on your 5, 10, 20, and hourly chart for JP Morgan. Daily and 4 hour, I mean, still could run a little bit, but intraday, you've had a solid move. Just want to see from this little breakout zone here. SPY still hanging in there, guys. Regional banks are actually selling off quite a bit more now. Meta is starting to get a little bit of weakness. JP Morgan seeing a touch of selling here. Come on, JP Morgan, pay us on the short side. You know you want to come in a little bit here. You've absolutely pushed the bulls in those 0DT calls to the upside. Now it's time to pay a bit of the shorts. Come on. Here we go, JP Morgan. Come on down a little bit. We're not asking much. SPY, come on down. Regional banks are trying to hold that prior day low. BAC still holding like a rock star. Coming in a touch here. Google's still trading at 318. Very weak price action for Google, guys. Extremely weak. Come on, JP Morgan. Come on down a little bit. See some taking. Here's the December 19th puts. Yep. 305. Um, Google's still a tough name to short. Far out of the money. I'm not saying it can't work, but just keep in mind it's a tough short still. It's still one of your stronger names, very profitable, most profitable mag out there. So just keep that in mind. A lot of the Warren Buffett effect is real, guys. I mean, it's a tough, tough short. I'm also in a little bit of a swing short on Google, but I have a little bit of a closer strike. I'm writing 315s for January, mid-Jan. Come on, JPM. Don't give me another high of day. Don't you dare do it. Don't do it, JP Morgan. Oh, JP Morgan's just so freaking strong right now. Come on, JP Morgan. Financials are still seeing a little bit of selling here. Damn, are they really going to push it up even more here? Financials. Look at SPY. SPY's really gone nowhere, guys, over the last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes. So there's definitely been better plays individually. Anyone that's played the indices has pretty much gotten chopped up and around. You know, there's really been not much scalping that's been successful in that range. Oh, I see that trend line on financials now. Damn. XLF. Yeah, JP Morgan's still trying to press here, guys. Shit. Yeah, I see a trend line on XLF that's a bit higher. Damn. XLF still squeezing. JP Morgan, new high of day. Whoa. JPM squeezing. SPY going into prior day high, still acting very, very well. Coin catching another pump here, guys. BTC ripping. Let's look at GME. GME still acting very, very well here. SPY still trying to push here. Going for another high of day sweep. Prior day high, 682.13 is still in effect. Damn. Financials just don't want to stop at all. Come on, JP Morgan. Pull back a touch here. Not asking for much. Hmm. Regional banks, guys, are still a little bit fragile here. KRE underneath its prior day low, trying to breach it on a 5 and 10-minute basis. Nvidia is still trying to see a little bit of sell side pressure, but markets are still acting pretty resilient here. Nvidia down 1.2, Apple down 0.3, Google down 0.5%, Meta up 1.1, Tesla up 0.28, Microsoft strong, and Amazon up 1% or so. Gold still pushing, but it's off of its highs. Nat gas still pushing. Financials are still acting very, very strong. Damn. Damn, JP Morgan kicking my ass right now. Come on, JP Morgan. SPY is still remarkable. Bitcoin getting a fat 10-minute candle. Dollars trying to creep back higher. Regional banks still softening up a little bit. All right, potentially a 1-minute engulfing on JP Morgan. Come on. JPM still strong. Financial still acting well. Bank of America still holding steady. SPY tapping prior day high. A little bit of resistance here, guys. A little bit of resistance on SPY. Retesting a massive 10-minute topping tail from Wednesday. You're sweeping that 10-minute topping tail from the morning session. Tapping prior day high. Let's see pre-market levels. So pre-market high was 682.27 on SPY. You might want to go there as well. There's definitely a chance of that. Still no selling in financials. Yields are still climbing here, guys. 10-year yield still trying to push up a bit. 2 yield still trying to push up. Bitcoin still pushing up 1.5%. Interesting. Meta is still acting very, very strong. Nvidia is still lagging a little bit. 10:21. 2 hours and 40 minutes left in the trading session, guys. Just keep that in mind. Wow, look at that big SPY spike into its pre-market high, guys. Pre-market high was just tapped on SPY. Pretty big level. We might have just fulfilled the upside move today. That could be a potential high of day. Again, if you can get through this wick, then there's a strong chance they can try to press SPY into gap fill, but that's a big if. Not a lot of time left in the session. Pretty decent negative divergence building on SPY intraday chart. Hourly chart still holding strength, but nasty rejection off that prior day high, guys, on SPY. Pretty strong rejection. Meta trying to push yet again. Wow, JP Morgan's just a full beast. No stopping yet. Crazy. JP Morgan's still full beast. SPY still coming in a little bit, guys. Financials are still remarkably strong, holding technical strength and value. Again, what I'm kind of seeing similar setup is really on JP Morgan's 10, 20-minute chart. You can see that this big push and gap up here, similar RSI structure. You're even more extended now. Hoping for a little bit of a decline like we saw here on JP Morgan. It was a 20, 40, 60, big decline. Again, I'm not looking to trade a whole move like that, but I'm looking for at least some sort of a profit-taking move. It's had a remarkable push to the upside, and you're definitely fairly extended here. Market is still holding structure, though. That's the only problem. Again, financials are certainly keeping these markets fairly buoyant here. Regional banks, Meta, financials, Bitcoin still acting well, Amazon up 1, Microsoft up 1, Nvidia still trucking to the downside, 1.65% down, Apple still weak, Google still weak, but bouncing a little bit off of some support. Again, the next sector, guys, if financials give up the goods here, we should see some selling in SPY. Financials are really kind of outperforming right now. If you look across the sectors, XLF, energy, very strong. You know, moving aside energy, financials are your strongest sector today, guys. XLF. So that's why it's a tough short. But if XLF starts to give up some gains here, then SPY is going to start to come in quite a bit. Regional banks are still negative, which, again, when regionals go, usually the bigger financials will slowly start to follow suit. But I'm watching these sectors, and most sectors are green. Healthcare is still lagging a little bit. Regional banks losing that prior day low again, guys. Starting to come in. SPY getting a little heavier here. Watching financials, Nvidia still testing the lows. Meta's starting to come in. JP Morgan starting to come in. XLF coming in a little bit. Bank of America coming in a touch, but still ridiculously strong. Some sellings hitting the JP Morgan tape here. A little bit of sell side. Nothing crazy. Regional banks still selling, Meta's still selling, Nvidia's trying to bounce a touch. A little bit of heavier price action, SPY. Nvidia's still selling. Come on down, JPM, come on down. S&P still holding some strength. Seeing a little bit of selling. XYZ, guys, has had a phenomenal day up 3.43%. If you're wanting to trim your block XYZ calls, I mean, by all means, I'm going to leave them. But not a bad area to also take some more profits on XYZ. I'm still going to leave them though. Chart pattern's looking strong. Wow, JP Morgan right back up. That is crazy strong. Crazy strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 10-minute green candles. There's really been no selling since you've gapped up this morning on JP Morgan. Absolutely no selling. Again, very similar structure to what transpired here. Let's just look at this high top. So this high top happened at 1040. You started seeing selling around 10 o'clock, but 1040 is when you put in this massive high. And again, this was off of a gap up, press, and then a big sell program. Don't know if it's going to happen the same. Could. But 1040 is when you had that big rejection. So still another 10 minutes till 1040. We'll see what happens. But wow, JP Morgan, just a beast. Absolute beast right now. Still pushing. Dollar softening, Bitcoin still holding 92.6. Google, Nvidia, Apple still weak. Eli Lilly weak. Tesla slightly green coming in. Meta still strong, holding at the highs of its chart, but it's got a little bit of some bearish candles forming intraday. Nothing wrong with your larger time frame, your 4-hour hourly, but your 10, 15, and 20. There's a bit of bearish candles forming on Meta. S&P still holding structure, guys. This JP Morgan just does not want to come down. So strong. Approaching 1040 again. It's going to be interesting to see, guys, if JP Morgan reacts the same way like we did here. This was a 1040 high pivot, so another 8 minutes, we might see JP Morgan. If it reacts the same way as here, another 8 minutes, we could see financials see a bit more profit taking again. But for now, it's just resiliency. I guess the dog was right for now. Bitfarms up 13.5, Mara up 7.2, XYZ ripping up 3.4, SMRs made a nice move, Rocket Labs up 1.2, MSTR up 6, Meta still up 1.4, going for another Hive Day press. Webull still trying to push. Very strong price action in AR, guys. Nice trade there on AR. AR is still ripping to the upside. Quite crazy. All right, guys, I'm gonna take full profits on my AR calls, $36 January calls. I'm gonna take full profits on my AR calls. So I'm all out of my AR, guys. AR calls. I just sold my $36. Again, I still think we can push to 37, but I'm just gonna take profits here. All right, options trade banked about just over 70% gain, all out of AR. SPY's still trying to trend and push here, guys. That light volume certainly helping the market right now. Certainly helping the market right now. Pretty crazy. S&P gunning for another high here. SPY trying to get right back through that prior day level. Okay, E, nice price action. So B. Wells Fargo still trying to push. Quantum stocks have made a really nice move back to the upside. LiDAR stocks are also making a nice move, pressing back higher. Micron still strong. Western Digital still strong. Lululemon, another stellar day for Lulu. Lulu's close to breaking a range. Again, Lulu's been chopping for several weeks in such a tight range. Wants to get going at some point. PayPal, nice strong day. PYPL pushing. S&P still strong here, guys. JP Morgan even stronger. Craziness. We're approaching that 1040 time frame. We'll see. This was a 1040. JP Morgan still squeezing. SPY still squeezing. New high there for JP Morgan. It's just running me over. SPY is still full beast mode. In that 1040 time frame, guys, 2 minutes. We'll see if JP Morgan can react at all. So far, minor touch of selling, but see if there's any sort of profit taking here into the close. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of selling. Nvidia is still weak, guys. NVDA coming in. SPY getting still rejected off that prior day high. Regional banks, though, are catching a bit of a bounce off of its prior day high. So that's going to help the Russell. Crypto stocks still your kind of your standout long stay. Very, very strong. Wow, JP Morgan ripping me up. 1040 just hit. All right, let's see if any sort of selling comes into these frickin' financials. I mean, 1040, come on. You can see XLF has this interesting backtesting trend line. So XLF has retested this trend line going back to your pivot in November. We'll see if it can cause any selling. I saw that trend line late, so I should have probably only waited to short financials then. Again, 1040, a little bit of selling. We'll see if it translates into anything here. SPY still holding very strong here. Nvidia still chopping underneath its prior day low, looking pretty weak. Dollar just got faded down to the lows. That's helping gold, Bitcoin financials, everything as a whole. JP Morgan creaming my butt. Strongest stocks in the S&P, guys. JPM. Yeah, they snaked you, it sounds like. Which kind of tells me maybe they're getting close to seeing some profit taking. They're just slowly wiping away that short liquidity. I'm still holding, but I'm down sharply, guys. I mean, I'm down sharply. If you're wanting to short here, it's even better risk to reward. But just understand, financials are your strongest sector, so that's my bad. I probably shouldn't have shorted it. There's still a chance it can come in pretty sharply. I still think that there's definitely some weird shenanigans going on right now, but the problem is your dollar's so weak. Yields are still ripping here, guys, so I'm surprised that financials haven't really reacted yet. I think a lot of the tech liquidity that's coming out of Nvidia, Apple, and Google this morning are keeping financials pretty elevated here. But we've just gone straight up here. You know, your hourly, half hour, 20 minute, 10 minute, they're all super duper stretched right now. But extended stocks can still get more extended. I'm considering even doubling down here. Again, I only have a small position. I only have 8 contracts short at 31 cents, so I could easily double the position and still be in profits, but probably just going to ride with what I have. Financials still remarkably strong here, guys. Wow, JP Morgan is a beast. SPY still trending. Nvidia trying to uptick a little bit. Your dollar still getting faded here. Dixie almost going red here. Almost. Close my XYZ calls, guys. My XYZ. Block my $65 calls. I'm going to close and take profits here. On the full position. De-risk a little bit here. All out of my block XYZ long. I'm all out, locked in 77% gain. XYZ, $65 calls deep in the money, locked in 77%. I'd look to buy this off a retrace. What I think could set up here is maybe a pullback, create a right shoulder, and then that would give us a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders to trade. All right, so I'm all out of that trade. XYZ. SPY still acting very, very well, phenomenally strong. No selling in JPM. Bit farms, wow, what a beast still. Bitcoin's still selling off a touch here, but acting well in your larger time frame. Dollar just made a new low. It's coming into its prior day low, and your Dixie just went red, guys. Your dollar just went red. Wow, look at JP Morgan squeezing out any final shorts. The volume on this 1 minute candle did uptick quite a bit there, guys. But damn, they are wrecking shorts on JP Morgan. Not a good trade on my part. Apologies about that one, guys. I'm still holding, but likely gonna lose. Hoping for some sort of a dip. At least I can maybe get a break even or salvage something here. But jeez, they are not giving up on the financials. Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit, still down 1.2. Apple, Google still negative. Lilly still down. Dollar just made new lows. I was asking, what do I use to trade? Quest Trade, IBKR are my main ones. I also have a Wealth Simple and a RBC. Natural gas still pumping. Man, this JP Morgan 1 minute, it's just been grinding on that 20 SMA on the 1 minute. That's crazy. It hasn't broken structure really since the entire open. It's just been grinding. Still no selling in SPY. Dollar is cratering hard, guys. Your DXY is just falling pretty sharply right now. Precipitously, getting slightly oversold intraday 10-minute chart, putting in a positive divergence, but your Dixie's just weak right now. Baba's turned green, interesting. It's short. I took profits on my VIX short. I just closed my SVIX for about 10.9% gain. So I'm all out of my VIX short here. Take a little bit more profits on some other swing trades, so just a heads up. I did post some alerts there. So I posted some alerts on Tempest. We just booked 19% profit on our common share position. Again, just booked over 19% profit there. We also trimmed a little bit of our call position, call options, but trimmed a little bit of profits there for Tempest. Okay, so there is a decent amount of resistance up here. You're testing a point of control on SPY here, guys. So very close to the gap fill, but everyone's eyeing that gap. I would still think that there might be a dip before the gap push, but we'll certainly find out. A little bit of selling coming into JP Morgan. Still super strong, elevated. Financials are still full beast mode. Google coming in again, seeing some more sell side pressure, putting in what appears to be a 10-minute bear flag on Google. Interesting. Nvidia trying to recapture 178. Bitcoin softening a little bit. But taking hitting in JP Morgan financials, guys. Touch of softening in JP Morgan, still super extended. SPY though, still trending. Nvidia softening a little bit. SPY new high of day. Trying to rip. I'm squeezing yet again. Final 2 hours left in the session, guys. 2 hours left in the session, and SPY is absolutely squeezing. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Let's look at the SOXX. Financials are seeing a little bit more selling, guys. Just a touch. Meta is still at the highs. Google still coming in. Nvidia trying to firm up a touch here. Bitcoin softening a little bit. Apple is still putting in what appears to be a bit of a bearish intraday flag pattern. SPY is still strong. You might get a little bit of a sell here in SPY, guys, into the end of the day. Wouldn't surprise me. Again, the volume's still light, but they've kept it fairly buoyant. Google, Nvidia, Apple are still seeing some heavy price action. Whoops. Bitcoin still softening, gold back at 42, crude oil slightly green, SPY up 0.46, QQQ leading the charge up 0.57, IWM up 0.46, Amazon, Microsoft, your strong horses, Meta strong, Tesla acting well, Nvidia, Apple, Google under a little bit of pressure. Google softening a bit here, guys, putting in a bit of a 10-minute chart bear flag. Nvidia looking pretty weak, and Apple's also putting in a bit of a bear flag. We'll see if we get any sort of extra selling here into the final hour and 45 minutes. Again, we did trim a couple long positions in the member groups. Tempest AI locked in on our common shares, 19%. We also took a little bit of a trim on our call options for Tempest. We also took profits on our VIX short, our SVIX, locked in double-digit gain there. So as we have bounced in this market, we have trimmed a little bit of our long exposure, just locking in profits as the market moves higher and grinds higher. Google's still looking pretty bearish here. What's wrong, buddy? Okay, so financials are still strong. Dollar's trying to bounce. Apple's struggling. Google's struggling. Nvidia's struggling. Meta's still acting well. Selling coming in. Yeah, listen to him. I just had to take him out for a quick. I don't know what's going on. Maybe his stomach's upset, but I've taken him out in the last like 3 hours, 4 times. All right, nice little sell candle on SPY coming in. Nvidia looks like it could make a low of day. Same thing with Apple. Apple and Nvidia not looking too hot right now. The 1 minute moving average here on SPY. Nvidia is still looking heavy. Financials are still resilient here, guys. So not really hurting the market. Google, Apple, Nvidia are really hurting the market right now. Bitcoin's also rolling over a touch here, guys. BTC starting to lose a little bit of momentum. SPY still holding above its prior day high. But Apple, Google, and Nvidia look like they want to give us new lows of the day, so that should drag SPY down here. Apple getting heavy, Nvidia getting heavy. Got 96 minutes left in the session, guys. An hour and a half. So we're entering power hour soon. Power hour or sour hour, we'll see. A little bit of a dip there on SPY. Again, volume's still thin, guys. Look at those. Those volume bars are tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Apple's still heavy, guys. Apple's triggering a bit of a 10-minute bear flag H pattern here, so Apple's not looking too good right now. It's looking real heavy. Google also very similar pattern. Nvidia is still looking heavy here. So you're getting some weakness in your tech stocks. Apple, Google still heavy. Apple's trying to catch some volume, liquidity. Google and Nvidia still heavy. Oopsie. All right, they're getting a little bit of selling here. What's going on here? Financials are still strong. We are knifing here on the SPY. Next support on SPY. You've knifed through that. Your 2-minute EMA should have some support there. But wow, we're getting heavy here. Heavy. We'll see it. And the big thing is Apple just printed a new low, Nvidia printed a new low, Google printed a new low. So the big question is, are financials also going to hurt the S&P? You can see JP Morgan's barely moved here. So tech started to give up a lot of the goods here. If financials start to sell into the close, then they could take SPY down to this lower channel here. But that was a decent sized sell there in the market. Financials are still propping this market higher. Pretty crazy. At JP Morgan, even with the break of structure there on SPY, JP Morgan really not even selling. Crazy. You're in commons on AG and up 20%. Yeah, so silver is ridiculously strong right now. Silver is absolutely ripping to new highs. So now silver's in uncharted territories again. It's looking pretty bullish, this chart pattern. Are we a little extended on your weekly? We sure are, but I think silver now can get to 57.50, 58. Um, a lot of people are saying this is an inverse head and shoulders, but there's really no daily chart pattern. I mean, you could argue that there is an inverted head and shoulders that's triggered on, say, this 4-hour time frame. And if this is an inverse head and shoulders, then you could see that silver maybe has room to about 63-ish. So silver's looking really strong still. Really, really strong. Big bounce on your markets yet again. Still no selling in JPM. So yeah, Apple made that new low of day, Google did, and so did Nvidia. They all gave us new lows on the session. Quite interesting. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, next week it could be over 60. Could be. Silver has a strong chance to keep rallying into the Fed meeting. But the only thing you got to watch is the dollar has faded, kind of putting in a bit of a double top off your daily 200 area. It's not immune. If the market breaks down from here and, drops, say, 1 or 2%, silver should come under pressure. You also got to watch the yield market right now. 10 and 2 yield are balancing, but the pattern's looking decent. If you get a move up on, say, Monday, I would take some profits. Just don't let the trade go against you. You're in money. You're in the driver's seat. Don't let the trade go against you. That's all I can say. But it's still looking constructive to move higher. You also look at gold. Gold's still looking bullish. A little bit of a short-term breakout today. Still hasn't given you a higher high. You need to get above this. If gold clears this, silver's going to run as well. So if gold clears this high pivot, then you got another bullish signal for silver. Yeah, that's for sure. I think Nvidia's going to get a little bit of a late day push here, guys, into the close. Yeah, I lost on JP Morgan there, guys, too. I lost. I'm still up for my Google trade. JP Morgan was a smaller size, but still a little disappointing. The dog was right. When he was barking at me, should have just walked away. An hour and 20 left, guys. Hour and 20 minutes left. Nvidia is falling here. Looks like Nvidia might give you one more little low. Nvidia new low of day. Nvidia getting hit to the close. Google still selling here, bouncing a little bit, but still looking pretty weak. Looks like maybe a little bit of a liquidity sweep on Nvidia. Again, the symmetry move takes you back to this area. 177.50 calls should get back up there, I think. SPY still looks like it could push for another high a day into that gap fill. It's gonna really take Nvidia here. Obviously red day because of my mistake on my end. I'm not too sure what happened. I still holding above that point of control. Nvidia trying to hold 177, but still seeing some selling on your smaller time frame. Apple's trying to push a little bit. Nvidia trying to firm up off that wedge. I think they'll take Nvidia up. Yeah, I do. I think they'll take Nvidia up here. It's a very weird day for Nvidia, down 1.8% when the market is fairly strong on a light volume day. It seems like they're doing some weird shenanigans, maybe grabbing downside liquidity before they pop it up next week. I still think they can push it, at least the top of this wedge. I don't know if we'll break out. The symmetrical move off the low takes Nvidia to this 177.80-ish area. But again, we'll see. It needs to get through this vicinity here. It might try to give you a first little higher high intraday. Nvidia's been putting in lower highs. So they could squeeze this market. If Nvidia gets going here into the close, they could really, really squeeze this market higher. And you still have that big gap fill on SPY that obviously everyone's eyeing up, including myself. You have the SMH, which is acting very, very well. So what's another positive divergence is you got the SMH is almost up 1% on the session today, but Nvidia is still down. So you do have strength in SMH and SOX today with NVIDIA lagging. Bit of a weird little market divergence. Nice little 10-minute potential bottoming tail forming on NVIDIA. Still seeing a little bit of selling off that 177-ish area, but acting well intraday. There's maybe a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders forming on NVIDIA. Maybe, and again, that takes you into that symmetrical target, so could be. Apple, Google still selling though. S&P still holding that point of control, but struggling a little bit. Bitcoin trying to bounce off of 91.5. SMH getting another green candle. Nvidia still lagging a little bit. I guess this is also end of the month, guys. So you might get a little bit of ETF index buying, end of the month, pension funds, paychecks. So there might be some end of day, but we'll see. We'll see. Usually end of the month, there's also a little bit of additional buy side pressure. So that could be a positive power hour. Market's still holding technical resiliency at the moment. Intraday, still giving us higher lows, higher highs. SPY's actually putting in potentially a little bit of a bullish formation here on your smaller time frame. You can see this inverted head and shoulders on SPY, guys. If it can crack through that neckline, we should get a push to 683. So the pattern on SPY is still actually holding up okay. Apple's now starting to firm up off of the lows, getting a little bit of liquidity. Yeah, NVIDIA 0DTs are pretty cheap, the 177.50s. That's the only ones I'd play. The 177.50s is the only one I'd play. They're worth a shot. I mean, 50-cent move for an hour and 10 minutes left. It could happen. Just always size appropriately, right? If you're playing end of day zeros, just size appropriate. But they look pretty good, NVIDIA, I think. I do think they look good, especially with SPY holding above this point of control. SMH still strong. SMH is actually breaking out to a high of day, so those look very good. I'd be shocked if NVIDIA doesn't give us a move here. Mhm. Here's a big area for your SPY. Trying to break through that little neckline. SMH is trending, guys, so NVIDIA's looking like it's trying to break here. Trying. Apple's getting going. Google's now finding liquidity. BTC still struggling a little bit. But look at your SMH. SMH is ripping here, guys. So what are the chances NVIDIA is going to rip? Pretty strong chance of that. Apple's ripping now. SPY's trying to break. SMH just printed a high of day. New high of day for SMH. Come on, NVIDIA. Get going. Get going. Your SMH is still trying to trend here, guys. Nvidia is trying to get going as well. Still seeing a little bit of selling. SPY popping through that little neckline. A little bit of breakout selling. Apple seeing a little bit of selling off of its prior day low. SMH still looking constructive. SPY coming in though. No breakout yet on Nvidia, but it's trying. It's certainly trying. You can see this 1 minute chart on Nvidia is trying so hard here. Little neckline. If that can break there, that'll be a really positive sign. Apple is breaking through prior day low again. Google's trying to find some buy side pressure. Nvidia is still right at that little 1 minute neckline. SPY just hovering right on the neckline. So it's really looking like Nvidia's got to push the market higher here or else it's kind of just stuck. Power hour starts in 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes till power hour. No breakout yet for Nvidia. Still just chopping it around. Burning a little bit of that time. Nasty little rejection on SPY. Apple seeing selling off of prior day low. A little bit of rejection on Nvidia through that neckline. Still okay though. We still got time for a bit of an end of day push, but needs to firm up here. Shaking the tree on Nvidia. SPY back above the neckline. Bitcoin selling. Dollar trying to fall a little bit. SPY still holding some strength. Apple seeing some selling. Nvidia curling slightly lower. Google trying to push above 318. Still down 0.6% on Googly Moogly. Tesla up 0.5%. Meta up 1.8 and trending. Microsoft strong. Amazon still strong. SPY's ripping. A little bit of an inverse move. SPY up, Nvidia down. Two minutes till power hour, guys. 2 minutes till power hour. Data Vault back to $2. Wow, interesting. DVLT back to $2, eh? Breaking down sharply on the session. Very cool. Very cool. All right, I'm going to consider a little bit of a 0DTE play on NVIDIA. I'll consider some 177.50s here. All right, guys, I'm in NVIDIA 177.50s, sized for loss off of that wick there, got filled. All right, I'm in just a small position, guys, a little bit of an end of day power hour push potentially. Again, NVIDIA is weak. Nothing that's going to kill me. I'll still be in profit if this trade goes to zero, which it could. Not a good sign that you're losing this 1 minute impulse. We'll see what happens. Come on, our SPY breaking down a little bit. Uh-oh. Come on, NVIDIA. Retesting a 10-minute bottoming tail. Nastiness. Just downright dirty here. Downright dirty. They are shaking. All right, started, guys. So far, a little bit of rejection on SPY. Potential liquidity grab there on NVIDIA. Let's see if they can give it a facelift into the end of the day. Down 1.86%. In order for it to rally here, it need to be a 58-cent rally, 0.3% move. Come on, NVIDIA. Rip it back higher now. SPY absolutely got smacked there. Smack down. Come on, NVIDIA. Save the market. Save it. Save it. Don't you do it, SPY. Damn. Rejection on SPY there, guys. That's filthy. But NVIDIA can still save things here. It's one stock that hasn't really done much here. Apple's still trying to get above its prior day low. Oh, NVIDIA's getting nasty with it. Damn. Big volume on that 1 minute SPY candle. That was a ton of volume there to start power hour. We're getting wicky. We're getting a little bit more wickier here. Bitcoin's still falling a little bit. Come on, NVIDIA. You know you're ready. Okay. NVIDIA 177.50s, lottos, 0 DTEs, size for loss, 5 contracts, just over 150 bucks. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Come on. SPY still holding above that POC. SMH trying to find a little sort. Wow, they are just shaking the tree on NVIDIA. That is just filthy. Downright dirty. Nastiness. They shook that tree, alright. So volume coming in, buy side pressure, 1 minute engulfing, trying on NVIDIA. Come on, push it back up. Push it back up. Qs are still your strongest indice, even with NVIDIA this week. End of day push. Give it to us. Come on, squeeze NVIDIA. Looks ready. Come on. Basically flat on the trade. Come on. Rip it. This looks more constructive on NVIDIA. Come on. Get us through this resistance. That was a 1 minute bullish engulfing candle on NVIDIA. Still trying to form a bit of a higher low, but lower highs are still in place. Tough, volatile chop there. NVIDIA, what are you doing? It was such a strong 1 minute candle. Hold that candle. Hold it. SPY's still trying to push through that neckline zone. Come on, get through this vicinity here. Come on. Jeez, battleground. Battleground. Come on. Here we go. Come on, NVIDIA. Go, go, go. Rip it. Rip it. Trigger that inverse head and shoulders. Volume coming in, guys. Volume coming in for NVIDIA. Go, go, go. Rip it through that neckline. Get some follow through. 2 1 minute impulse candles. You got more in you. Come on, you got more in you. Big squeeze into end of the day. Come on. You're oversold. You got it. You got it. Go, go, go. Get through that neckline. Blast off. Breakout. Short-term breakout. Come on, NVIDIA. Get there. Get there. Rip it. Follow through. Inverse head and shoulders. Let's go. Push it, guys. Push it. Push it. Take these 177.50s in the money. Rip it. Rip it. That's what I like to see. Go, NVIDIA. You got more. You got way more than that. Come on. You got way more than that, NVIDIA. Give us that higher high close on this 1 minute chart here. NVIDIA is trying to signal its first higher high intraday. Trying. Hasn't got the close yet, but it's trying. If it can get that higher high 1 minute close, then that's looking constructive. Lots of breakout selling there. They're punishing the chasers. Still looking okay though. Still trying to break out of this little inverted head and shoulders. Give us that higher high. Come on, get some follow through. Don't sell now. Don't you dare. Squeeze it. End of day squeeze. Come on. My voice falls off. What the fuck? Alright, so they shook the tree off. They slapped those breakout buyers hard. They're still okay though. It is still trying, guys. Come on. It's a battleground. Still down 1.7%, so very oversold compared to the indices. Breaking out, guys, invert head and shoulders, looking for our first higher high intraday. This is where the extra volume will come in. End of day zero. Come on, give us that higher high on the 1 minute close. Come on, give it to us. I feel like my talking at least helps a little bit. All right, there's 1 minute higher high. We got 1 minute higher high. Very short term bullish 1 minute candle above this previous high pivot. This is your next major pivot to clear. Back test of the neckline. We've kind of triggered a very short term breakout on Nvidia, but they're still trying to shake people out. Oh my goodness. Myself included. Go big boy, go. Flex your muscles, Nvidia. Help this SPY get to gap fill. Yeah, come on, Jensen. Nice. Just don't want to give it yet. They don't want to make it too easy. Where are those nice green candle trending breakouts from Nvidia that we're so used to? Where's that buy side pressure? Come on. What is that? That's nasty. Yeah, it could be, right? Could be. Oh, nasty rejection there. Punishing the breakout buyers. Damn. 48 minutes. Rejection there so far in Nvidia. It's got to hold here. Come on. SPY back testing its little breakout zone. Nastiness. They gotta save NVIDIA here. Come on. Else- Or else. Come on. SMH is still looking decent. SPY's still trying to hold. Come on, NVIDIA. Make another punch higher here. Come on. Forty-five minutes left, guys. 45 minutes left. Damn, they're really wicking this NVIDIA chart. Lots of wicks on this 1 minute chart. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Still down sharply on the session. Underperforming Magname, 1.8% down. Apple getting slightly hit. Google's curling to the upside. It's acting well. See decline there on Nvidia. Come on, Nvidia. Firm up here. These Nvidia moves are nasty. Nasty wicks. Contracts are just moving every which way. Come on, Nvidia. Give us another push here. Still waiting on Nvidia. It's doing a whole lot of chop. It's a squeeze. Here we go. Come on. Squeeze it. Squeeze us. Stop with this chop and give us a breakout. Please. Here we go. Come on. Get through this area. Oh my goodness. Look at this chop. Just give us a nice 40-minute push. All right, come on, here we go. Break us. Get these calls in the money. Don't you frickin' chop us in this range. Why are they waiting? Because market makers win. The more time it takes to keep it in a chop range, the more theta they burn, the cheaper the contracts get, the less they have to pay out. So that's why they wait, right? Theta. Theta burn. When theta's burning, the only people that are winning are market makers. So they might not break it. They could keep it chopped here. I just don't know. I mean, I would have favored a breakout. We got that higher 1 minute close, but we're just stuck in this wedge and nasty 177 chop range. We still have MOC at the end of the day. We still have end of the month potential. I would still favor a push into the end of the day with the market being somewhat strong, but SPY is definitely struggling here. Definitely struggling a little bit. Again, typically funds have to buy into the end of the day. Come on, please, NVIDIA, break it. Break it. Here we go. Come on. We have been patient with this trade, just chopping us around here. Come on, NVIDIA. You got it. You got it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on, you've chopped enough here. Give us a higher high break. Give us a... Ah, you bitch. Give us a higher high break. So close here. We are so close for a big squeeze here on NVIDIA. That in the money call buying is going to start to come in very soon. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go. Rip it. Here we go. Come on, get that higher 1 minute close above this area. 4 seconds left. You got it, NVIDIA. Stay strong. Nice. That's a solid 1 minute candle close. Come on. Get some follow through. What are you doing? Every time they try. That was still a positive 1 minute candle close, but we're talking about short-term price fractals here. But come on, push it. Push it, NVIDIA. You're creeping. You're creeping. Don't get rejected here. Are you serious? Even though my talking doesn't help, I like to think it does. This is just one nasty market maker. They don't want to give too much gains here. Come on. SPY sucking. Are you serious, NVIDIA? Are you serious? You're gonna slap the breakout buyers again? What is wrong with that? Are you serious? Come on, man. Where's the trend? Where's the continuation? Where are the momentum buyers? These algos are just playing games with everyone, guys. They are slapping the breakout buyers, counter trend trading this little 177 area like crazy. SPY starting to come in a little bit. Apple's looking a little more constructive. Google's still looking pretty constructive. Your SMH is getting hit a little bit here. Apple, Google, Qs are looking strong, guys. QQQ, looking decent. Come on, NVIDIA. Get some follow through. Where are my bulls at? Where are my bulls at? Push it. 36 minutes left. Come on, video. Come on. Where the semiconductor tech bulls at, guys? Come on. Rip it, NVIDIA. Rip it, rip it, rip it. Give us that official confirmed higher high. Come on. They've slapped the breakout buyers twice here. Once, twice. Now it's looking ready to rip. Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze! Get them in the money. Oh my gosh. Come on. Excuse me. Big volume coming in to SPY on the buy side. Apple's moonshotting here. Google ripping, Apple ripping. Nvidia's next. Come on, Nvidia. Prove me right. Oh my gosh, Nvidia. Come on. You guys are killing me. When you need the world's largest company to push here, come on. Here we go, guys. Come on. Keep going, Nvidia. Keep going. You got it. You got it. Go, go, go. Push that buy side pressure. Push it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Final 33 minutes of the tape. Apple. What a breakout. I'm looking, the move that Apple did, that's what I want Nvidia to do, man. That move that Apple did, that's what I want. SPY selling a little bit. It's my connection. Uh-oh. What just happened here? Yeah, I hope it goes up. It's just chopping and slopping around here. It's dirty. Oh, SPY nasty sweep down below. That was pretty dirty fall. See rejection there across the whole market. Apple really didn't sell, but S&P, Qs, Nvidia all took a nasty dive there. Take it easy, Abbas. See you later. So Apple's still holding strength. Nvidia's trying to find some more liquidity. S&P trying to bounce off its prior day high. Still squeezing. Softening, SMH softening, Nvidia. So Bitcoin selling off still. BTC actually went negative down 1.1%. Interesting. Very interesting. SMH. Final 25 minutes left, guys. 25 minutes. Getting a nice punch higher here. SPY still trying to defend that prior day low. Nvidia trying to defend its wedge pattern. Nvidia still acting super weak right now. Just does not want to catch any sort of a bid. We're still pushing higher here into the end of the day. Nvidia is still chopping, trying to hold 177, but weak. SPY trying to defend its PDH level, still weak. SMH falling, Nvidia falling. Lower here, Google selling. Big drop on Nvidia. Bitcoin still selling off here. Final 19 minutes in the session, guys. 19 minutes. And so far they have sold the market, hitting a little bit of that 10 minutes chart support, this channel on the SPY. It's still down 1.83%, Google down 0.27, Apple down 0.1, but Apple's significantly rallied off the lows. QQQ still up 0.5%, despite Nvidia still down sharply. So it looks like Apple was the beautiful long off of the lows, 0 DTE trade into the close. Apple absolutely ripped, while Nvidia got sold into. BTC still struggling. Google's falling. Bitcoin trying to firm up a little bit. Say good afternoon. We're S&P, a little bit of a weak close here on SPY, guys. Definitely they sold it off. Weakness in your semiconductors into the close, specifically Nvidia, really hurt SPY there. You are trading at parallel channel support, but it still looks like they're selling it here. You're hitting this lower boundary channel. So we've been chopping in that channel really since we put in the low here last Friday. So there is some support there, but losing prior day high, not a positive sign into the close. We'll see if SPY wants to close above that PDH level. So much selling in Nvidia. Still have MOC coming up. It's pushing, NVIDIA dumping some more. Sitting on a value area low for NVIDIA. SPY's trying to get back above PDH, but nasty day for NVIDIA, guys. It had every chance at breaking out to that 177.50 area, but definitely someone big keeping NVIDIA down today. Maybe Jensen's doing some selling. We'll see if MOC can give the market a little bit of a pop back above that PDH level. It should get some more volatility in about 3 minutes. There's going to be a influx of volume, likely a big wick up or down. I don't know which way it's going to go, but usually there's a big move. Apple's still pushing. Google catching some volume now. Apple's starting to squeeze here. Big push on Apple. Big push on Apple. Holy moly, Apple's squeezing. It's going to lift the S&P by itself. Nvidia's trying to get going now. Wow, Apple's a beast right now. Full bull on Apple. Full bull. Apple's gone green on the session. 12 minutes left. MOC comes out in 2 minutes. Apple's got a really big buy program. Still keeping Nvidia pinned. Big spike up there on Nvidia. Got sold into. Apple saw a big spike. S&P, really big spike there. SMH seeing a really big candle. Apple squeezing market. Huge pump there in the market. Huge. So big push into the end of the session here, guys. Really big push. I mean, look at Apple. Apple was the trade, guys. Look at that 0 DT pump. Holy moly. Apple just ripped like crazy there. Filthy move. Pretty stunning, actually. Pretty stunning. Nvidia sucking on the session down at the lows. Pretty disappointing price action for that stock. Big squeeze here into the close. Starting to get going now. Pump there into the close. Crazy pump. Look at that squeeze. That is filthy. Those. Secured. So 7 cents. Hey guys, thank you all for tuning in. Great week for us, guys. We did secure a bunch of profits today. A little bit of a bad trade on JP Morgan, but excellent job if you shorted Google with us. That was our big grand slam of the day today. We also took profits in Tempest AI with members. We took profits in our SVIX. So nice chunks of profits this morning. We also took profits on AR calls, and we took profits on Block XYZ today. So good stuff if you're able to make some money in this market this week. Everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next week. Take it easy.